start with age 18. I have the following 18-year-old exhibitors: Lucas Barnett, Brooke Buckler, Caitlin Chaplin, Kylie Medlin, Chloe Patrick, Courtney Spicer, and Megan Vogel. Again, these are 18-year-olds. I need the 17-year-olds, again, class 2. 17-year-olds, please start making your way to the ready ring. 17-year-olds to the ready ring. Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. This is a reminder. This is a blow and go show, meaning no animals can have adhesives, show foam, coloring agent, paints, oils, or other fitting aids. You are allowed to use hair and skin daily conditioning products. But again, there is to be no adhesives, no coloring. This is a blow and go show.
Well, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here at the Maryland State Fair to work with your young people, especially as we start this 18-year-old showmanship. Let's give these young people a big round of applause. I think they're doing a good job. Got out here early this morning, got cattle ready, and got them presented at a pretty high level. We got 3 showmen over here on the rail, and we'll talk about them here in just a moment. Those are your top 3 in this 18-year-old age group. But we've got some good showmen that we pulled over here into place, and I'll just kind of lump them into probably one big category and say that I think those 4 that are over here on this side of the rail, I think they do a good job, and I think they've got a lot of the fundamental basics down. But here's the reason that they'd be standing over here instead of still in contention to be in the top 3. The main reason would be getting the feet and legs placed, quickly and efficiently. We work on showmanship pretty hard at our house all the time with my girls, and especially my youngest daughter who's still showing. And I tell her all the time, I'm like, babe, we're going to work on this and we're going to set the clock. Because honestly, when you walk into the ring, most people judging are going to give you about 30 seconds. And you've got usually a minute to a minute and a half to be able to have that calf set, have them parked, have the head and neck extended, have the feet and legs placed like they need to be, and then keep those cattle in line. And so I know that sounds like a really short period of time, and it is, because you only have a certain amount of time to catch the judge's attention, to keep the judge's attention, and be in consideration when it comes down to the final deal. These 4 over here on the rail, at times would get the cattle close to being set up, but I would say for the most part, we ran into some difficulties in terms of getting the feet and legs placed. We ran into difficulties in terms of spacing in the ring, and also, you know, just the basic fundamental things of keeping the head and neck extended, having good eye contact with me, and keeping their attention divided equally between myself and the calf. With that being said, the top three out here, again, I think do a real nice job. It's a pretty easy decision for me. Young lady with a smoky steer in the middle, she's first, and she wins for fun for me because she does the extra things that I like to see. You know, I tell my daughter all the time, that show stick is really made for you to like scratch their belly or their chest, because otherwise you ought to just be parking them. And if you've worked with them at all, you shouldn't need that stick to place the feet very much, if any. And she does that. She walks that steer into place. She doesn't have to touch a foot most times. She's got him parked and put together and shown at a high level at all times. And I appreciate that. She does an excellent job. I think it's close between second and third, and the longer we go and the further along we get into this deal, young lady with a Hereford, appearing Hereford, works her way into second hole. She's just a little steadier as far as getting that heifer set up at all times. If we want to be ultra critical of what she's doing, we might want to get a little more width and distance between those back legs when we stagger those back legs. But I think she does a good job getting that heifer together, getting her presented at a high level. I like her intensity. I like her aggressiveness out here. Think she's pretty solid. Young man in third's got as much project knowledge as any of them out here. Had a good visit with him about his heifer and what he's going to do with her, and appreciate the fact that he knows a lot about the breeding decisions that he's made on that heifer, and that sure got him toward the top cut. Right there at the end, that heifer wanted to just not do her part. She just didn't want to set and stay set. She's kind of fighting the halter, not wanting to cooperate with him quite as well. Again, that kind of works against him out here when there's two other really good showmen up above him. Young lady coming out next just never really got that steer parked for me, and that steer's just being a little bit more of a handful to show out here, not wanting to just sit there and stay calm and be presented at a high level. We work our way down the three young ladies we talked about. All of them, I think, do some of those fundamentals correctly, but again, I think it comes down to execution in a short amount of time. Got to get those cattle parked, you got to get those feet and legs set, and you got to keep those cattle set so that we can get a good look at them at all times. Let's give them one more big round of applause. Nice set of 18-year-olds.
Attention in the barn, our 17-year-old division is walking in the ring. We are missing two exhibitors. If you are showing as a 17-year-old, your class is walking in the ring, and you will be scratched if you're not here when they all make it in. Thank you. Hunter Huff and Madeline Rhodes. I think Hunter's working, but I gave a call. I feel like everybody registers. In this, we're going to go ahead and get started with our 17-year-old division. We're going to give you the results of our 18-year-olds. Congratulations, Kylie Medlin was first. Chloe Patrick was second. Third was Lucas Barnett. Fourth was Caitlin Chapman. Fifth was Megan Vogel. Sixth was Courtney Spicer. Seventh was Brooke Buckler. In the ring at this time, we do have our 17-year-old division with Madison Cassidy, Michaela Comer, Leah France, Wesley Hetrick, Emily Troyer, and Raylan Wagner. Your 16-year-olds are needed in the makeup ring, 16-year-olds in Heat 1. Those exhibitors are Mackenzie Angel, Torrin Bosley, Ella Campaneri, Haley Forrester, Miranda Forrester, Weston Gentry, and Colt Harward. Those exhibitors for Heat 1, 16-year-olds, please make your way to the ring.
A good set of 17-year-olds here in showmanship. Let's give them a big round of applause. I think they're doing a great job as well. 3 young ladies out here that we'll consider in our top 3, and I think all 3 of them do an excellent job. There's some subtle differences between the 3, but for me, I think it's a fairly easy decision when you figure out who's the best showman out here. This young lady with this Angus heifer right here on the end, she wins, and wins pretty handily for me. Wasn't easy because that heifer is a real winch. She doesn't want to cooperate. She's kind of one that's a handful to show, but I'll kind of give that young lady a little extra credit. We've had a few of those like that in our show careers that, you know, they know they're a show heifer and they have that little bit of attitude. That's why they keep their head up. That's why they're the ones that give you that look in the ring. But that one's a handful for her, but she gets all the mileage out of her that she can, keeps the head and neck extended, walks that heifer into a stance. Even when that heifer wants to just kind of act a little bit rogue, that young lady stays calm and easy and is real patient with that heifer. She gets her put together and shows her at a high level. Commend her on doing an excellent job with one that's not real easy to show. I think the young ladies in second and third get a little bit closer. I think there's some subtle differences between their style and their approach. I like both of them's intensity and aggressiveness, but again, I think it comes down to execution in the end and who gets the feet and legs set a bit better. That's the young lady with the black heifer there right in the lead. She just gets that heifer set a little more efficiently, does a nicer job with the rear feet and leg placement in my opinion, and again, just does a real solid job from start to finish. Young lady with the Hereford appearing heifer is another real good showman, and again, I like her presence up on the front end of that heifer, like the way that she works to keep that head and neck extended on a heifer. She realizes that that's probably one of the bigger shortcomings of that heifer, and so she does all that she can do to work that fault out of her, and I appreciate that. At times, that heifer wants to get a little lazy off those rear legs, set that offside leg up under herself just a little too much. I'd pay attention to that and try to get those rear legs set just a bit more effectively. But again, another really good showman sitting there in third hole. Young lady with a black steer will be fourth. She's another one that does a good job. Had a tendency to kind of stretch that steer out, maybe just a bit too much for me. Want to keep that steer put together at all times and maybe not let him get quite as stretched out. Young man with the blue roan steer does a good job as well. He too had a tendency to stretch the rear legs on that steer just a bit more than ideal. Had him a little bit overstretched. Consequently, that kind of exacerbates the problem that he's a nickel too straight and it makes him want to get over at his knee just a little bit. Young lady with the Charlet appearing steer, again running into some difficulties there. Kev's just not wanting to do his part out here today. He's just feeling a little frisky and good this morning, not wanting to live up to his end of the obligation out here, but another real good showman. Let's put our hands together for those 17-year-olds. Another really good set of showmen.
Results of Class 2 17-year-olds. First was awarded to Raylan Wagner, second to Leah Fratz, third to Emily Troyer, fourth to Michaela Comer, fifth to Wesley Hetrick, sixth to Madison Cassidy. If you're reading down your program, 6, 4, 2, 5, scratch, 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 3, and 1. Into the ring at this time, we will have heat 1 of 2 for 16-year-olds. Into the ring, we're bringing Mackenzie Angel, Torrin Bosley, Ella Campaneri, Haley Forrester, Miranda Forrester, Weston Gentry, and Colt Harward. Again, these are heat 1 of 2 16-year-olds. That means I do need our 16-year-olds heat 2, 16-year-olds heat 2. Please start making your way to ringside. While our judge is sorting our 16-year-olds, I invite all the younger 4-H'ers in the barn to please come ringside. This is an excellent learning opportunity for our intermediates and our juniors to be watching how our seniors are showing and some of the comments the judges has made. It also is a chance to see how the ring is laid out and how you'll be asked to move your cattle around the ring.
Well, this is our first set of 16-year-olds. Let's give them a round of applause. Good set of showmen here, and I think top 3 in here get a little closer than you might imagine, because there's just some differences in the way they approach things and the way that they do things. Let me go ahead and give you one of my pet peeves right here off the bat, and you can talk to my daughter about this if you don't believe me, but boy, if there's one thing that I'm going to just always just pound into a showman's head is that, listen, when it counts, and trust me, right now, it counts right now more than anything. And if you're circling like a buzzard, you are in trouble. And I'm just saying that because you ought to be sitting in place, showing at the highest level right now. And again, now all 3 of you are. But if you are circling when it counts, that to me is, 1, a sign of nerves, that you're not confident in what you're doing. B, sometimes it's that you just don't have full control of that animal. And B, sometimes you just get in your own head and do things that aren't smart under pressure. And so I would urge each of you, listen, if you've got those things set and they're pretty darn close, don't be circling when it matters the most, okay? And there were a couple of you guys out here who continually circled when you probably didn't need to circle. So that would be one of my big pieces of advice to any of these groups of showmen that we've still got to judge is, listen, when it's down to the final moments in the class, you need to be sitting still and you need to be parked. And so keep that in mind. These 3, I think, do an excellent job. And again, there's some subtle differences between the 3 of them in the way that they present themselves. And again, we'll talk about them in detail here. There's one that in my mind is just the superior showman of the 3. And that showman just almost worked themselves out of this deal with that excessive circling. But when it counted most, they got them shown, and they got them shown at a high level. Young lady, you're going to win, but you quit that circling now. Listen to what I'm telling you. When it counts, you be sitting still. But the young lady with the Hereford appearing heifer is the best showman out here. That's why she wins. Like I said, every now and again, she wanted to get out there and circle when it really wasn't the most opportune time to do that. But she does the nicest job with the stick and the halter. She does the nicest job getting the heifer presented from start to finish, and probably has as much project knowledge as any of them that I visited with. Young man up here in the lead's going to be second, and again, another really, really good showman. I'd catch him from time to time where get that heifer a little stretched out, but I think probably the most critical thing that I saw was he kept working himself up in that corner, and he didn't give himself any room to work. So remember, if you keep doing that to yourself and you keep boxing yourself in, you eliminate your ability to maneuver around and get that animal presented at its highest level, especially when you got the water hose and the flower pot and the crowd sitting all over there working against you. You got to kind of get yourself back out of that mess and be able to show that heifer at all times. Young man with the baldy heifer does a good job as well. He's a good, solid showman. I catch him from time to time, maybe not being quite as intense, maybe not being quite as aggressive as the young lady and the young man in first and second. That heifer's not quite as cooperative as some. She doesn't handle herself as easy and comfortably on the lead, and she's one that just wants to also do that circling motion just a bit more than she ought to when it really counts. We work our way down the line. Young lady with this black heifer right behind me, she's a good showman as well. Again, probably didn't have the feet and legs set on that female. She told me it's a cow-calf pair, and maybe that she's missing that calf. She's probably looking for that calf. Maybe just doesn't keep her in line quite as well as the other showmen do. Young lady with a black heifer behind her, another really good showman. Again, work on keeping that heifer's head and neck extended. Work on getting those feet and legs placed just a little bit more efficiently for us. Young man with a shorthorn appearing heifer. Again, another good showman. Has a lot of those fundamental basics down, but again, wasn't nearly as quick on the draw as getting that heifer set up. maybe didn't know quite as much about his project as some of the others out here when we asked some very basic questions about his project. Young lady with a Hereford steer coming next. Again, another good showman. Need you to switch leads and handle that guy. Yeah, switch leads. Probably it wouldn't hurt if you adjusted that show halter a little bit, pull that strap a little further up on his nose, move that deal up 2 or 3 notches, and I think that steer will cooperate a whole lot better if you work that halter up on his nose just a bit. Another good set, great set of 16-year-olds. Give them one more big round of applause.
We'd like to congratulate our 16-year-old Division Heat 1. Ella Campaneri was first, Torrin Bosley second, Colt Harward was third, fourth went to Miranda Forrester, fifth to Haley Forrester, sixth to Weston Gentry, and seventh to Mackenzie Angel. If you're reading down the program, 7, 2, 1, 5, 4, 6, and 3. Entering the ring at this time, we have the following exhibitors: Colt Henley, Caden Reed, Nathan Raley, Addison Ridgely, Isabella Smithson, Lexi Zepp, and Lillian Zimmerman. With our 16-year-olds entering the ring, we are looking for Class 4 Heat 1 of 15-year-olds. Again, Class 4 Heat 1 of 15-year-olds to the ready ring.
Well, our second group of 16-year-old showmen here. Again, another great set. Give them a round of applause. Again, another really competitive group of young people as we get them back out here and try to sort through and analyze these top three especially. These three, I think, are all good showmen, and again, they do a lot of the fundamental things correctly. Like the way that they all handle the stick and the halter. Appreciate the intensity and aggressiveness that I see out of each one of them. They show me they've got a little sense of urgency about getting the cattle shown, and I sure appreciate that about each one of these three young people. I think they're all good showmen. The subtle differences would be just how they get them set up and how they get them stuck, and so that to me is probably the biggest deciding factor in these three. All three of them, I think, have plenty of knowledge about their project. When you talk to them, they kind of know the long-term goals of what they're trying to do with these cattle, and so that's another plus for each one of the three of these young people. Like I said before, right now is not the time to be circling, and buddy, I've caught you twice now doing that, and again, not going to knock you out of consideration for circling when you absolutely have to circle the heifer. But at that point in time, it's imperative that you better stop her and you better get her stuck. And guess what? It worked out because you got her stuck, and you got her stuck at a high level. You win. And again, congratulations. But again, be careful when it's go time, it's go time. And when you're circling, it's hard for me to sometimes say that you're the best showman, but when you circle around when it's absolutely necessary, then you walk them into a stance and never have to touch a foot with the stick. That shows me that you've done plenty of work at home. You know how to get them stuck. So that young man's a really good hand. These two young ladies are close, and again, I think both of them are intense, both of them are aggressive, and I like their approach out here, both of them. If you got to give the nod to one or the other, I give the nod to the young lady with the red heifer. I think that she probably, when we talk to her and ask her questions about what her heifer and what her long-term goals are, she was just a little bit better, I think, on the question and answer portion. But again, really a good showman. If we're going to do anything about your presentation, might try to crank that heifer's head just a notch higher, maybe put a little more stagger on those rear feet and legs. But again, I think very solid from start to finish. Really knows a lot about her project, and I appreciate that. Young lady with the black heifer in third does a good job as well. And again, I like the fact that she's always got that heifer's neck and head extended. She always knows where I'm at, and she's got probably as good eye contact and ring presence as anybody out here. Got that heifer a little stretched out. You got her front end a little bit out from under, maybe wanting to get her a little bit wicked on that front end where it almost looks like she wants to tip over on her front end. I'd get those front feet and legs up under that heifer just a little bit on the side view profile, and I think that'll give us a much better look of her. Young lady that comes next with a black heifer, another good showman, really struggled when I asked her some basic questions about her heifer and just didn't have near as much project knowledge as the top three. And when we got them over here on the rail, kind of got stuck back there in a corner, got covered up, and never really got that heifer set. Young lady with the big black and white steers hung in there and done a good job, and I appreciate the fact that even though that steer's not one to do his part, she's maintained her calmness and composure. She's not wailing on the steer and beating on him with her show stick. Appreciate the fact that she's just hanging in there and doing a good job, even though that steer's really amped up and in high gear today. Young man with the black steer going out, again, another good showman, probably doesn't get those feet and legs set quite as efficiently and as effectively. Same for the young man with the Hereford appearing steer there. Again, probably not quite as quick on the draw, needs to set those feet and legs just a bit better at all times. And again, needs to have just a bit more ring presence and be able to answer questions a little more effectively. Good set. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Coming into the ring now is Class 4, Heat 1, Grant Anthony, Gage Exline, Logan Barnett, Macy Childress. Results of Class 3, Heat 2, Colt Henley first, Isabel Smithson second, Addison Ridgely third, Lily Ann Zimmerman fourth, Lexi Zepp fifth, Caden Reed sixth, Nathan Rayleigh, 7th. Reading down the page. 1, 6, 7, 3, 2, 5, and 4. In the makeup area should be Class 4 seniors age 15, Heat 2. Macy Eves, Ella Fritz, Troy Hutchins, Ashley Rosenthal, Mason Walls.
As we get our first heat of 15-year-olds out here. Not a ton of numbers, but certainly good showmen out here. Let's give them a big round of applause on their efforts out here this morning. Top two young men out here, I think, are doing a good job. But again, I think it just comes down to those fundamental basics, getting the cattle set, keeping those cattle set, knowing where I'm at all times, and knowing just a little bit about your project. Young man here with the Baldy heifer wins and does a real good job from start to finish. Divides his attention equally between myself and that heifer, gets her stuck at all times when it counts, never really gets himself in a jam in terms of the ring or ring presence. Good job all the way through. Young man with the steer there in second does a good job as well. Probably, to me, just a little quicker on the draw as far as getting the feet and legs set compared to the young man right here behind him in third. Didn't quite have those front feet set right there at the end, but always got those back feet and legs set, kept the steer's head and neck extended, certainly knows plenty about his project, does a good job from start to finish. Young man here with the white park heifer does a good job as well. He knows plenty about his project also. I would probably just urge him to get those feet and legs set on that heifer just a bit more efficiently. Wouldn't hurt if we took that halter up or bought her a little smaller show halter so that we can get that lead strap a little further up on her nose, and I think she'll be just a bit more cooperative in that regard. Young lady with the Hereford steer does a good job as well. Again, when we talk about project knowledge and just ask some basic questions, sure need to know a little bit about your project in terms of what they are, what they weigh, things like that. Just some shortfalls there on project knowledge, but also just really need to work on the feet and leg placement, get that steer set up and keep him set up at all times, and that'll help her work up a few notches in showmanship. Another good set of showmen. Again, give them a big round of applause.
We're now ready for Class 4, age 15, Heat 2. Macy Eves, Ella Fritz, Troy Hutchins, Ashley Rosengold, and Mason Walls. Results of Class 4, seniors, age 15, Heat 1. Grant Anthony, first. Logan Barnett, second. Gage Exline, third. Macy Childress, fourth. Reading down your program, 1, 3, 2, 4. In the makeup area, we should have Class 5 seniors, age 14, our Heat 1. Francesca Bologna, Carson Davis, Addison Gentry, Chase Harwood, Charlotte Holland. Attention in the barn. For our senior showmanship, when we get to that point, we would like to have all the first places in the show ring, second places in the makeup area.
Another really good set of these 15-year-olds. Again, put our hands together for these young people getting out here working hard first thing in the morning and getting it done. I think another really good top trio in this 15-year-old age bracket. Pretty easy and pretty straightforward for me here, folks. Line them up just like you see them. 1, 2, 3. Young lady with a Hereford heifer out in the lead. She wins and wins for fun in my estimation. She's the best showman out here, hands down, in my opinion. Really does a great job getting that heifer shown at a high level. Always parks her and has her in place. Knows plenty about her project and what she's going to do with it and what she needs to do with that heifer in terms of breeding and mating decisions. Really just a solid job from start to finish. Young lady in second, I think, does a good job as well. Kind of got tripped up on some questions when we asked her some things about what the heifer's bred to, what the heifer's out of, things like that. But again, in the grand scheme of things, she does a really good job in terms of getting the feet and legs placed, keeping that heifer's head and neck extended, knowing where I'm at all times, and so she works her way up into second hole even though she had some bobbles on questions. Young man with the black steer does a good job as well. I think from a fundamental standpoint, he just does a better job placing the feet and legs on that steer, gets him together and keeps him together just a bit better than the two young people right down there next in line. But again, another really good showman that works his way up into the top 3 of a competitive group of showmen. These next two, I think, do a good job. The young lady is one that the heifer's just not wanting to be as cooperative. That heifer just doesn't want to live up to her end of the bargain today, and she's kind of just pushing her around. She's having a hard time getting her put together and getting her shown at all times. Young man with a younger heifer might be one of the first times that one's been out. Probably hadn't been to town very many times. But again, got himself into a bind over here on the rail, didn't have much room to work, never could really recover from that, and never just gave us a real good look at that heifer from the side as far as getting her set up and presented from start to finish. She too is one you could adjust that halter on her, buy her a smaller halter, get that nose strap a little further up on her nose, and I think that would help her behavior quite a bit more, because when you put that end of that lead strap down on the end of the nose and you clamp down on it, I'm sorry, but you're cutting the wind off, and when you cut my wind off, I'm going to fight back too. So that's probably the biggest fundamental problem that I see with some of these showmen. They're just not putting the show equipment on those cattle correctly and using it correctly.
We're now ready for Class 5 seniors, age 14, Heat 1. Francesca Bologna, Carson Davis, Addison Gentry, Chase Harwood, Charlotte Holland. Results of our Class 4 seniors, age 15, Heat 2. Ella Fritz was first. Ashley Rosenwald was second. Mason Walls third. Macy Eves fourth. Troy Hutchins, 5th. Reading down your program, 4, 1, 5, 2, and 3.
We get our first set of 14-year-olds out here, and again, another really good set of showmen, deep in terms of quality. Let's give them a big round of applause. I think they're all doing a great job. To me, there's two of them that kind of set themselves apart in this top trio, and I think they both do a great job. And to me, they're contrasting in terms of type and kind. The young man in the middle is really just super laid back, and I appreciate that about him. He's just got a real calming presence and demeanor on the front end of that heifer. Just never really catch him making a mess. Now, I asked him some questions early on. I tripped him up on a question, and I went back and I said, all right, here's your chance of redemption. I got another question for you. And he said, I don't know. And then we kept talking a little bit more, and he kind of hinted around at an answer that's not quite correct, but not terrible. Talked to the young lady and did the same thing. I went and asked her the same question, and she's a little bit off in the correct answer too, but she had the same answer that the young man did. So I'd say that question was just a wash, and so I'm going to hold that question because I might use it here and again in senior showmanship. But really what it boils down to, it's not a quiz bowl, folks. I'll just tell you, it's showmanship. Knowing something about your project, in my opinion, certainly is one of those key components of showmanship. But what it comes down to is who executes at the highest level, who gets them shown, who gets them presented, and who does the nicest job from start to finish. That'd be the young lady with the red shorthorn plus heifer. She wins and just does a great job from start to finish. A little steadier, I think, on the stick and the halter. Certainly knows plenty about her project. Just really a solid job from start to finish. A young man with a Hereford appearing heifer, he's going to be second. Again, listen, I like a lot of things he does, and man, he's as cool as a cucumber out here, and I really like his cool, calm demeanor. And I asked him right off the bat what the heifer's bred to, and he said, copacetic. And I'm like, I'm breeding the cinnamon tall bull to a Hereford heifer, and then he kind of smiled, and he just threw that name out there, and I said, she's not bred to copacetic. He said, no, I just don't know, but I threw it out there. I said, it's worth a try, buddy. It's better than saying I don't know. So anyway, a really good showman. Enjoyed visiting with him. Really, at the end of the day, what happened right out here, he just never really got those back feet and legs set on that heifer. If he'd have had that heifer parked perfectly, it'd have been really tight between him and that young lady. Both really good showmen. Young man with a black steer does a good job as well. Has a tendency to stretch that guy out maybe just a bit more than ideal. He's a bigger creature, and it's a little harder to get one of those big guys shown and put together. He wants to kind of waddle a little bit out of his front end, and so a little harder to get his front feet and legs placed, a little harder to keep that big guy together in comparison to those cattle that were in first and in second. Two young ladies here that have got some shorthorn cattle, and both of them do a good job as well. Again, probably just those basic fundamental tasks of getting those cattle in line, keeping those cattle in line, and then getting those feet and legs placed. I think that would help both of them quite a bit as far as working their way up in the lineup. If we just got them parked and got them set, I think that would give them an advantage and help work them up a spot or two. Another good set. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Next coming into the ring will be our Class 5 seniors, age 14, Heat 2, Atlee Hoy, Kylie Matthews, Travis Sadowski, Aubrey Short, Benjamin Troyer. Results of Class 5 seniors, age 14, Heat 1, Charlotte Holland first, Chase Harwood second, Carson Davis third, Francesca Bologna fourth, Addison Gentry, 5th. Reading down your page, 4, 3, 5, 2, 1. At the conclusion of this heat, we will have our senior overall champion. So on standby in the makeup area for our Beef Showmanship Senior Division, we need Kylie Medlin from Class 1, from Class 2, Raylan Wagner, Class 3, Ella Campaneri, that was Heat 1 of Class 3. Class 3, Heat 2 will be Colt Henley. Class 4, Heat 1 will be Grant Anthony. Class 4, Heat 2 will be Ella Fritz. Class 5, Heat 1 will be Charlotte Holland. And then we will also need the first place winner from this class that is in the ring. I would like to thank our Livestock Fund sponsors. The Beef Show Ring is sponsored by Brian Vance at Advanced Construction. Thank you very much. The Grand Champion Beef Showman will be sponsored by the Mill. We will receive a belt buckle and a banner. The Reserve Grand Champion Beef Showman will receive a belt buckle. The Champion Junior, Intermediate, and Senior Beef Showman will receive a cooler. That's always useful at shows. Reserve Champion Junior, Intermediate, and Senior Beef Showman will all receive a cooler also. I think they're different sizes, though. Congratulations to our future winners. Kylie Medlin, we need you to the makeup area. Kylie Medlin, we need you to the makeup area.
Well, our second set of 14-year-olds in our last age group that we'll judge before we do our championship drive for senior showmanship champion. Let's give them all a big round of applause. Again, another good set here, and three young people fighting it out over here on this side of the rail to figure out who's going to get a shot to come out and show in the championship drive. Three good showmen, I think three that all have a different approach, but one that really just doesn't disappoint from start to finish, that's always steady, always easy and calm, and always has the heifer put together. That's the young man right in the middle. He's got the youngest one that's probably had the fewest road miles, but he does really get the job done with that little heifer. Always has her set up, always knows where I'm at. Talked about the heifer and what we're going to do with her long term. Probably has as much project knowledge as any of them out here. Really good job from start to finish. I think it gets a little closer between the two young ladies when we try to figure out who goes second and third. I think the young lady with the shorthorn heifer is probably just a bit more solid from start to finish. She probably at times lets that heifer just get a little lazy. Comes undone a little bit in her top at times. Doesn't really ever get those back feet and legs set just exactly perfectly. But she always has that heifer's head and neck extended. She knows where I'm at, and again, knows plenty about her project. Wish that she would just probably take a half a step up and put that heifer together just a bit quicker and more efficiently for me. Young lady with the Angus steer out in the lead. She's one that I think has tons of ring presence, tons of personality. Enjoyed visiting with her. I walked up to her and I asked her how she was doing today, and she said, "I'm blessed." And I said, "Man, I am too. Aren't we all? We're all blessed to be at a stock show instead of doing what we would normally do." So appreciate her enthusiasm and her candor out here in the ring. That steer's a little bit of a handful at times, and she's smiling. She's like, "Yeah, he wants to get a little bit straighter in his front end, so he's a little bit harder to get his front end put together. Wants to kind of get his rear legs up under him just a little bit on the side view profile." He's probably the hardest creature of those top three to show, but she gets a lot of mileage out of him given the fact that she's got a big, heavier weight steer here. She does a good job in terms of ring presence and knowing what's going on. Steer just doesn't live up to his end of the bargain quite as well, but another really good showman there. Two young people over here on the rail. Young lady with the short horn appearing heifer does a good job as well. Probably needs to brush up on those questions just a little bit when we talk to her and ask her a little bit about her project. Again, needs to set those feet and legs just a bit more efficiently for me. Young man with the younger Hereford heifer, another good showman. Probably ought to try to get her back feet and legs set, keep her in line a little bit more. She's still skinny and green, and so it wouldn't hurt to try to loin that heifer and get her top to lay in her just a bit more naturally, and I think she'll look better on the side view profile. Good set of showmen. Again, one more big round of applause, and we'll judge our championship drive in senior showmanship.
Results of Class 5 Heat 2. Travis Sadowski first, Aubrey Short second, Atlee Hoy third, Kylie Matthews fourth, Benjamin Troyer fifth. Reading down your page, 3, 4, 1, 2, and 5. All 8. We are now ready for our senior champion showmanship drive. Class 1, senior age 18, Kylie Medlin. Class 2, senior age 17, Raylan Wagner. Class 3, age 16, Ella Campaneri, and that was Heat 1. Heat 2 was Colt Henley. Class 4, seniors, age 15, Heat 1 was Grant Anthony. Heat 2 was Ella Fritz. Class 5, seniors, age 14, Heat 1 was Charlotte Holland. Heat 2 was Travis Sadowski. Let's give these 4-H'ers a round of applause for all their work and hard effort in this showmanship this morning. Our second place seniors from our previous classes should be on standby in the makeup area. From Class 1, Chloe Patrick. Class 2, Leah Fratz. Class 3, Torrin Bosley. That was Heat 1. Class 3, Heat 2 would be Isabel Smithson. Class 4, Heat 1 was Grant Anthony. Class 4, Heat 2 was Ella Fritz. I'm sorry, Ella's in the ring. Ashley Rosengold. Class 5, Heat 1, Chase Harwood. And Heat 2 would be Aubrey Short.
Let's put our hands together for these senior showmen. Wow, what a great group of showmen. And again, I'll put these 4 young ladies up against any group pretty much anywhere. I think they're doing a great job getting these cattle stuck. I think it's absolutely worth saying, you know, when you get to this level, certainly you have to work them a little bit harder. You have to quiz them a little bit. You have to test them a little bit. And I think there's nothing wrong with making them earn it out here in senior showmanship. And certainly each one of these young people out here representing their respective age divisions, I think, has done an excellent job. But I'd take these 4 young ladies to the show with me any day. I'd let them show cattle for me any day of the week. That being said, you know, it's not ironic, I don't think, that there's 4 young ladies out here. And no offense to you young men that made the cut, because it's tough. It's tough to show against these girls because, I tell you, the good Lord blessed me with 2 daughters and he knew what he was doing. I just think that girls just get it. They just are more mature at this stage of the game. They're certainly more patient. They just really can get it done at a high level. And so commend each one of these young ladies on doing a great job. To me, it boils down to, you know, who just takes care of business all the time and who doesn't fumble and who doesn't make mistakes. Now, you did see me a little while ago go through and ask a round of questions, and I did give one high five. My man over here, he's the only one that knows the gestation length of cattle, and so give him a round of applause. The gestation length of cattle is 283 days by my math. It's not 9 months. And I heard 9 months, 9 months, 9 months. And then finally he says 283 days. And I'm like, wow, good job, buddy. Not a quiz bowl, it's a showmanship contest. You win the quiz bowl, but again, probably fell a little bit short of these 4 young ladies as far as just total presentation, but we'll talk about them here in just a minute. But wanted to explain why he got the high five, and he certainly did. I'm going to work from 4th up, and then we'll talk about the top 2, but I think that these top 4, again, really just good, competitive, solid showmen. Young lady here with the red heifer is going to be 4th, and she does just a really great job from start to finish. I like the fact that she's really calm, she's really cool, she just does a great job from start to finish. Probably doesn't get that heifer set quite as effectively right there at the end. You don't have to walk out, stay out here. No, there's no shame in being 4th, sweetie. Stay out here in the ring where you belong. Really does a good job. Probably doesn't get those rear feet and legs parked quite as well as some of the others out here. When we switched calves, probably had a little harder time getting that steer shown than the young lady does on that gray steer. But again, no shame in being 4th in this group. The young lady right in front of her with the Hereford appearing heifer is going to be 3rd. And listen, she's as good as any of them out here. She's as good as any of them out here, folks. She probably was the most impressive coming out of her heat in comparison to any of the others. I think in her heat she was just terribly strong. She did a great job, and again, I'd let her show stock for me any day of the week. She's got the hardest creature to show out here just in terms of the way that heifer's built, okay? That heifer's a nickel straighter fronted. She's a little harder to get together and keep together at all times, and so I recognize that challenge. She's a little harder to show. When we switched animals, she probably got the toughest draw and had the hardest time putting this red heifer together. Again, nothing to take away from her showmanship style. Love her intensity, love her aggressiveness, and there's certainly nothing wrong with being 3rd in this lineup. She's another excellent showman that just does a great job. Congratulations, young lady. So then there were 2, and it's these 2 up here on the front end, and so both of them, I think, again, could show stock for me any day of the week. Both of them do those little things that I like to see. They walk the cattle into place. They take the extra time, effort, and attention to make sure that they got the cattle put together at all times. Really both intense, aggressive in their own ways. But there's one of that pair that I think just hits me harder. And listen, when I talk about showmanship, and if any of you youngsters are sitting back there getting ready to come in, pay attention to this. Listen, I don't necessarily need to see the showman doing anything on the front end of the calf, okay? I don't need to see you waving your stick. I don't need to see you making a spectacle on the front end of that heifer or steer. I just want to see an animal that is perfectly set up at all times. And if you do that and take care of your business, you keep them in line, you keep their head and neck extended, and you keep them set up, you're always going to be in the money in terms of showmanship for me. And I think both these young ladies do that and do it to a T. Both excellent showmen. If you ask me to pick between the two of them again, to me there's one that's just more solid from start to finish, one that just gets it done at a much higher level. Young lady with the black heifer, you're going to win it. Young lady with the smoky steer, you're going to be reserved. But again, congratulations to both of you on an excellent, excellent job. We work our way down the line. The young men all do a good job. Ran into some difficulties on the royal young lady with the Hereford heifer, same kind of deal, kind of got herself in a mess and got in a hole over there. But really, really good showman from start to finish. Congratulations to all of you.
Congratulations to our senior champion showman, Raylan Wagner, and our senior reserve champion showman, Kylie Medlin. Congratulations to both young ladies and to all the 4-H'ers that were in that senior showman drive. They did an excellent job. We'll take a little bit of a time and have these first classes get out of the way, and then we'll get ready for our intermediate showmanship division. We'll start with Class 8 with our intermediates, age 13. We are dividing that age group into 3 different heats because it's so large. The first heat will have Layla Ahalt, Bo Amani, Lloyd Albaugh, Bridget Barber, Macy Brown, Mackenzie Buckler, Lane Burrows. If you are parked in the VIP parking area with a Nissan white Sentra, Acura, Altima, license plate 6GY4539, you need to move it right now because you are blocking people in and you are in the VIP parking area, which you did not pay for. And if you do not get it moved, we will have you towed. They are doing that this year. It is not a warning. it is, you're going to get towed. So a white Nissan Altima, license plate 6GY4539. Bought it at easterns.com, and you don't have a parking pass either. So you need to get that car moved to an area where you can be parked.
An open class check-in can start in a few minutes at Harmony Farms.
An open class check-in, beef check-in, can start in a very few minutes at Harmony Farms location up in the stall area. Open class beef registration will be starting in a very few minutes at Harmony Farms area. In the makeup area, we need Class 8, intermediates age 13, Heat 2, Sadie Childress, Annette Clarity, Addie Collins, Grafton Condon, Peyton Helmick, Aubrey Lambert, Charlotte Lancaster. Please make your way to the makeup area. We need Sadie Childress, Annette Clarity, Addie Collins, Grafton Condon, Peyton Helmick, Aubrey Lambert, Charlotte Lancaster.
Get into our first round of 13-year-olds here, and again, got a good group here to evaluate. Give them a round of applause real quick before we talk about them. Another good set of young people out here. Pretty straightforward in this heat for me. Young man with the black heifer wins, and wins pretty handily. He's the one that gets the heifer parked and set up, knows what's going on, knows plenty about his project and what we want to do with her long term. Just to me commands your attention from the time he walks into the ring till now. Really a solid job. Good job from start to finish. I think the young lady with the gray steer goes second. She probably just does a little nicer job in terms of staying in line at all times. Does need to brush up on her questions just a bit, but does get that steer parked and set fairly effectively from start to finish. Just does a little nicer job, I think, than the young lady with the shorthorn appearing heifer there in third. Young lady in third, that heifer, when we put her in the lead up here, she just didn't want to have any part of that corner up there. She kept wanting to turn and circle and just didn't want to do her part out here for the young lady. But again, she's pretty solid in terms of her fundamentals and her mechanics. Young lady with the shorthorn appearing heifer that's circling now. Again, that heifer just didn't live up to her end of the bargain over here on the rail. Never quite got her back feet and legs set. That heifer has a tendency to get up in her top just a bit. If we get that heifer parked and loin her down, get her to calm down, I think we'd sure get a whole lot better look of her. Young man with the black heifer coming next, again, just never really gets that one put together for us. He too could brush up on his questions just a shade. Young lady that comes next got a nice heifer, and again, just not wanting to do her part today. The heifer's kind of just antsy out here, kind of going around the ring a little too much and just kind of disturbing all the other showmen. She has a harder time keeping that heifer in line and getting her shown at a high level. Good set of 13-year-olds. Let's give them a round of applause.
Into the ring now, we need Heat 2 of Class 8. Sadie Childress, Annette Clougherty, Addie Collins, Grafton Condon, Peyton Helmick, Aubrey Lambert, Charlotte Lancaster. Results of Class 8 Intermediates, age 13, Heat 1. Lane Burrows first, Mackenzie Buckler second, Macy Brown third, Bridget Barber fourth, Bo Omini fifth, Layla Ahalt sixth. Reading down the page, 6, 5, scratch, 4, 3, 2, and 1. In the makeup area, we need Heat 3 of Class 8, Ryder McNutt, Aubrey O'Meara, Hailey Orndorff, Peyton Reinhardt, Branson Taylor, Michaela Willie.
second heat of these 13-year-olds, and again, another really good set of showmen. Let's put our hands together for them and show them our appreciation for the job they're doing. I'm a little conflicted out here in this group because the best showman out here does something that I think is totally fundamentally wrong in the approach to showmanship, but that showman is the best one out here in terms of just getting the animal presented at the highest level at all times. So I think you got to take the good with the bad and pick your poison at times. Young lady with a Hereford appearing heifer is going to win. But listen, let me just give you a bit of advice. When you're scratching that heifer's front end, the point of that stick should never be on the show side of that heifer, okay? You're having half that stick poking out on the show side of that heifer, and it detracts from the overall presentation of the heifer. And so that's one fundamental thing I'd change about what she's doing. Have no problem with you scratching the front end of the heifer, but when you got half the show stick sticking out on the other side of the heifer, it really detracts from the overall showmanship of that animal. Aside from that, she wins and wins pretty handily because she is the best showman out here. I think it gets a little closer between second and third. Young lady with the Bronco face steer is going to be second. She kind of gets herself in a bind up there on the front end, gets kind of pushed up in that corner, and I'd love for her to just kind of work her way back out of there, get out of that mess that she's in, but does a pretty fundamentally sound job with that steer. Gets him set, keeps him set, divides her attention equally between myself and that calf, just does a real solid job. Young lady with a short horn appearing steers another good showman. Again, runs into some difficulties in terms of getting him set and keeping him set at all times. Really just never gets his back legs planted and set like we need to see on the side view profile. Young lady with a gray steers another good showman. That steer just didn't want to do his part out here. Had him over on the rail and he just didn't want to stay parked. Didn't want to set his feet and legs. We work our way on down the line, the young man, the young lady, and then the young lady that concludes. I would say just kind of the same song, second verse, when you talk about what you want to see them do differently. A, we need to get the cattle set. We need to keep them set. We need to keep those cattle in line. We need to get their head and neck extended. We need to brush up just a little bit on some basic project knowledge so that you can talk about what that animal is just from a breeding standpoint and know just a little bit more about your project. Good set of showmen. Let's give them another big round of applause.
We are now ready for Class 8, age 13, Heat 3. Ryder McNutt, Aubrey Amira, Hailey Orndorff, Peyton Reinhardt, Branson Taylor, Michaela Willie. Results of our Class 8, age 13, Heat 2. Results. First was Aubrey Lambert. Second, Annette Clarity. Third, Charlotte Lancaster. Fourth, Peyton Helmick. Fifth, Grafton Condon. Sixth, Addie Collins. Seventh, Sadie Childress. Reading down the page, Sadie was 7th, 2, 6, 5, 4, 1, and 3. In the makeup area, we need our Class 9, Heat 1, age 12 intermediates. Lorelei Barnett, Brenna Bartholomew, Violet Grosnickel, McKenna Henley, John Hewitt, Savannah Hutchins, Carmen Knotts.
Our last, the 13-year-olds here, let's give them a round of applause. Another good set of young people out here. 3 really good showmen still out here in contention to win this deal. So like that, the fact that all 3 of them are just doing a really solid job getting those cattle stuck, getting them put together and showing them at a high level. Fairly easy decision for me here, and again, it certainly doesn't hurt when you bring a good one in here, and it's easy to show a good one. It's a whole lot easier to show a good one than it is an average one. But young lady here with this Shorthorn Plus steer wins, and wins for fun, in my opinion. She's just always on point. She's got that steer's head and neck extended. She's got him put together. She rarely has a foot out of place. Now, I'm going to be ultra nitpicky here, young lady, just really, really nitpicky, because I can be. I thought you won. I thought you won for fun. Wouldn't hurt to try to get those front feet just a little bit more secure up under him so that he's not twisting out ever so slightly up front, but that's just being really nitpicky on somebody that's doing a great job showing. Congratulations to you. Young lady with the black heifer right behind her is going to be second, another really, really good showman. She's real steady. She's real calm. Probably doesn't get those back feet and legs set quite as effectively the young lady does with that steer. Need to put a little more stagger on that rear leg, and I think that'll help you run at that young lady in first really hard. But both those 2 young ladies do a great job. Young man with the little black heifer does a good job as well. His heifer's a little harder to show, and again, probably hasn't been to near as many shows as those 2 right in front of him. He's got a younger heifer. She wants to kind of camp her rear legs up under her just a bit more than ideal. I think if we get that rear leg set on the show side, on the off side, excuse me, a little bit better, then you get in her top just a little bit and loiner, I think that would help her balance quite a bit better. But again, he keeps the head and neck extended. He does a lot of those fundamentals correctly. But again, if we get those back feet set right and loiner down, she'll give you a killer look from the side. Young man with the Hereford heifer does a good job as well. Again, that heifer just didn't want to do her part over there on the rail. Just didn't get her feet and legs set quite as fast and quite as efficiently. He knows quite a bit about his project when you sit and visit with him and ask him questions. I appreciate the fact that he's got some project knowledge, just probably needs to be a little quicker on the draw in terms of setting up. Young lady with the black heifer, same kind of thing there. Does a good job, just kind of got that heifer a little out of shape on the side view profile. Didn't keep her in line at all times or get her set up. Had a young man that was behind them, and again, he had a little harder time. His heifer just was not wanting to live up to her end of the bargain today, kind of giving him a fit. He hung in there and did a good job. Appreciate his effort out here. Let's give him one more big round of applause.
So we are ready for Class 9, intermediates age 12, Heat 1. Lorelei Barnett, Brenna Bartholomew, Violet Grosnickel, McKenna Henley, John Hewitt, Savannah Hutchins, Carmen Knotts. Results of Class 8 Intermediate, age 13, Heat 3. Peyton Reinhardt was 1, Michaela Willie 2, Ryder McNutt 3, Branson Taylor 4, Aubrey Amira 5, and Haley Orndorff 6. Reading down your page, starting with Ryder McNutt, 3, scratch, 5, 6, 1, 4, and 2. In the makeup area, we need Class 9 Intermediate, age 12, Heat 2. Connor Mullinex, Parley Pritchard, Sophia Ruby, Turner Sadowski, Gracie Spearing, Riley Wagner, Mason Willie.
Are you going to be here a while?
Oh, okay.
So my fa-
Really good set of 12-year-olds here. Again, big round of applause for them and their efforts out here today in showmanship. 3 young ladies that I think are doing a good job, really competing at a high level. Going to talk this thing probably just a little bit backwards, but I think it makes sense in my mind to talk it this way. I think that there's one person that's sitting dead in the middle that is absolutely still dead in the middle. She's going to be second. The young lady with the black steer is going to be second. And again, talking a little bit about out of order, I think that she does a really, really good job from start to finish, but never really just gets those back feet and legs parked like I'd like to see under that steer. Solid, aggressive. I like a lot of things she does, but she's the one that I think just kind of slides into that second hole just because she's one that's right there in the hunt and just very close at all times. And so you're sitting there probably trying to figure out my logic and say, okay, well, who goes first and who goes third? And that's kind of the way this thing shakes out for me is you've got 2 young ladies on opposite ends of the spectrum that are totally different in the way they approach showing. The young lady with the white steer up here on the front end, really intense, really aggressive, a little bit animated on the front end of that steer, and at times that helps her and at times that works against her. She keeps working herself into a hole up there at times, and I wish she'd just kind of get that steer parked and leave him alone instead of just working further up in that corner and getting that steer a little more agitated and having to work harder than she ought to have to work. I really love her intensity. I really love her aggressiveness. I think she's an excellent showman, but she kind of gets herself into some unnecessary trouble at times that I wish she'd stay out of. The young lady with that Hereford appearing heifer, she just doesn't do anything wrong. She doesn't do anything to just wow me or excite me, but I never see the heifer where she's not set up. I never see her where she doesn't know what's going on. Never see her where she makes a big fundamental mistake. Is she intense and as fiery and as aggressive as the 2 young ladies in front of her? Nope, she's not. But again, her style, her demeanor, the way she puts the heifer together, I think she just really, really does a great job from start to finish. So kind of tip my cards there a little bit. Young lady, you win it. Young lady with the black steer goes second. Young lady with the white steer's third. But any one of you 3 could win this deal on any given day. So congratulations to each one of the 3 of you on just doing a great job out here in 12-year-old showmanship. Young lady with this painted up steer does a good job as well. Probably just doesn't get those back feet set on that steer near as quick and near as effectively as those top 3 do. Good job, young lady. Solid showman, just needs to work it, probably staying in line and getting that steer set just a little quicker and a little more efficiently like we saw in those 3 young ladies right up above her. Young lady with a black heifer was stuck back there on the end. That heifer just didn't want to set for her. She had a little too much stagger on those rear feet and legs. Never really got her put together for us. Young lady with a Hereford heifer, another real good showman. She's calm, really like the way she handles the stick and the halter. Just probably needs to work on getting that heifer's back feet and legs placed, keeping that heifer together and keeping her in line at all times. Same holds true for the young man we conclude with. Again, another good showman that's covering a lot of those fundamental bases. Just got to get that heifer set up a bit quicker for us to be in contention out here.
Results of Class 9, Heat 1. Congratulations, Savannah Hutchins. Second was awarded to McKenna Henley. Third to Violet Grossnickel. Fourth to Lorelei Barnett. Fifth to Carmen Knotts. And sixth to Brenna Bartholomew. Into the ring at this time, we're bringing Class 9, which would be our 12-year-olds in Heat 2. We have the following exhibitors: Connor Mullenix, Paralee Pritchett, Sophia Ruby, Turner Sadowski, Gracie Spearing, Riley Wagner, and Mason Willie. This is the first call for Class 10, age 11, Heat 1. Again, Class 11, intermediate, age 11, Heat 1. Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. For all our intermediate, or all our junior exhibitors, at the conclusion of our intermediate division champion and reserve, we will take a 20-minute break. Again, after the intermediate division, we will take a 20-minute break before starting the juniors. Attention in the barn. I'm looking for a Ryan Marion. Ryan Marion. If you're in the barn, please come to the announcer's table. I have a Navy Federal card that you may want back.
We'll get into this second set of 12-year-olds and another really good set of kids. One more round of applause for them. Let's congratulate them on the good job that they're doing out here. Three really good showmen out here, and again, two that I think are doing just a really good job as far as getting them presented. Another one that's doing a good job but just having a little harder time staying in contention because her steer's just not living up to his end of the bargain right now. As we get them parked and get them back into place, again, pretty easy decision here for me. Young man out there in the lead wins pretty handily for me. He's going to win this division. Really like the way that he gets that heifer put together. He just kind of walks her into a stance like he's doing right now. Doesn't have to do much with that stick other than scratch her belly or her chest. He walks her into place, gets her set up, and gets her stuck at a high level at all times. Young lady with the Angus bull is going to be second. And again, just really a solid job. I said Angus, I meant Simmental. You told me he's a Simmental. I messed up. He's a Simmental. Young lady does a really good job as far as just getting that young bull in line, getting him set, getting him presented. She's really calm and easy on the front end of that bull, just does a lot of the right things at the right time. Young lady with the red steer, another good showman. Steer just doesn't want to do his end of the bargain. She probably gets a little too much stagger on those rear legs, never really gets him put together and has him just a little too stretched out most of the time for me. Young lady with the with the red heifer coming next. Again, just really never gets those rear feet and legs set on that heifer. Really keeps them kind of up under just a little bit more than ideal. She handles the stick and the halter real comfortably, but needs to probably just be a little quicker on the draw as far as getting those back legs set. Young lady with a blue roan steer, good showman there, never really gets his loin and his top down any naturally, needs to work on that rear feet and leg placement as well. Two young men that we conclude with, just not quite as intense and aggressive on their end of the halter, maybe just need to brush up a little bit in terms of questions and knowledge, but also just have a little more intensity, a little more fire, a little more sense of urgency when we start putting those cattle together and getting them set up. Another good set of showmen. Give them a big round of applause.
Results of Class 9 Heat 2 is as follows. First was awarded to Connor Mullinex. Second to Paralee Pritchett. Third to Riley Wagner. Fourth to Sophia Ruby. Fifth to Gracie Spearing. Sixth to Mason Willie. Seventh to Turner Sadowski. If you're reading down your program, 1, 2, 4, 7, 5, 3, and 6. In the ring at this time, we have Class 10 Intermediates, age 11, Heat 1. Exhibitors include Grayson Armacost, Laning Mae Barnett, Sophia Barney, Georgiana Condon, Kinsley Farrell, Lucy Flynn, Aubrey Missinger, and Jack Orndorff. Heat 2, Class 10, age 11 to ringside. In the show ring, our judge for the weekend for our beef cattle show is Dr. John Rayfield. He is a professor in the Department of Agriculture Education and Communications at Texas Tech University. He has received distinguished awards through his teaching at Texas Tech. Additionally, he is an honorary American FFA degree recipient. He has judged 4-H open shows all over the country, and he has served as the superintendent of the National FFA Livestock Career Development Event and the assistant superintendent of the National 4-H Livestock Judging Contest. And we would like to thank him for being here with us in Maryland today. Please put your hands together and welcome Dr. Rayfield here to Maryland.
Three really good showmen here on the top end of the 11-year-olds. Again, let's show them our appreciation for the job they're doing right now. Good set of young ladies out here to represent this group in the top three, and certainly a good strong set all the way through. Again, comes down to fundamentals and execution and who's getting it done at the highest level at all times. In here, pretty easy. It's a young lady with a black heifer right there in the middle. She wins it and wins it pretty handily for me. Just never see that heifer out of place. Always see her paying attention to what's going on. Knows where I'm at all times. Knows how to get the heifer put together. Really solid job from start to finish. Young lady with the Hereford appearing heifer is going to be second. Again, another really good showman there. She gets that heifer put together real nicely. Gets her feet and legs set. Never really has her out of shape. Doesn't do any of those crazy things on the front end of the heifer, just always calm and steady, like her demeanor out here. Really good showman. Young lady with a smoky steer is going to be third. And again, I like her intensity. I like her ring presence. I like all those things. Just doesn't get that steer set quite as well as the top two do. That steer's not wanting to do his part over there on the rail. At times he wants to get his rear legs tucked up under him. He just doesn't set and keep that set quite like we see in the two young people in first and second. And he's giving her a handful right now. But she's a good showman, and she's really staying calm and patient with one that's being a little bit of a knucklehead right now. Study the young lady that comes next with a Hereford heifer. Another good showman. We got him over there on the rail. She just never could get that heifer put together. One thing that would help that heifer, I think, tremendously is once you get her set, if you get that loin down in that heifer, I think that'd help her quite a bit. Just be willing to loin that top down just a shade when you park her on the side view profile. Young lady with a short horn appearing steer does a good job also. Again, feet and leg placements, what got her pulled over into this line. Just didn't get that steer put together. Has a tendency to be maybe a little more aggressive on the front end, and I see a little more of her working against the steer than I see her working with the steer. We come to those next three, the young lady and the two young men that we conclude with. Again, good showmen there that I think do some of the fundamental things correctly. Again, we just need to get them set up a little quicker, get them put together, keep those cattle together, keep them in line, and just give the judge the best look possible from the side. Another good set of showmen. Give them a big round of applause.
We'd like to congratulate our Class 10 Intermediate Age 11 Heat 1 exhibitors. First was awarded to Kinsley Farrell, and second to Aubrey Missinger. Third was Sophia Barney. Fourth was Lucy Flynn. Fifth was Lainey Mae Barnett. Sixth, Georgiana Condon. Seventh, Grayson Armacost. And eighth, Jack Orndorff. If you're reading down your program, 753, 614, 2 and 8. We are now ready for Heat 2 of Class 10. These again will be 11-year-olds, and we have Lakin Preston, Morgan Rayleigh, Ellie Summerfield, Kristen Spicer, Sophia Taylor, Julie Troyer, Emily Vance, and Colton Williams. We will be next in the ring. We will be selecting our intermediate, champion, and reserve division winners. We do need all first and second intermediate exhibitors back to ringside. Again, all intermediate firsts and seconds, please make your way back to ringside at this time. Just in case anyone missed it, at the conclusion of our intermediate selection, we will be taking a quick 20-minute break, and I will give you the time as soon as we are finished picking that selection.
Another really good set of these 11-year-olds. Again, big round of applause for them. Certainly another competitive heat where we've got a couple of them fighting it out pretty hard on the top end of this thing. You know, it's tough when you get to this level and you get them out here, and especially these kids at this age, you know, the 10, 11, 12-year-olds, even the 9 and 10-year-olds. Sometimes, you know, they're on their A game, and sometimes they get in their own head and do some things that they shouldn't do. And I'll just say that one of them tried to work their way out of winning this deal, but then finally got it together right there at the end when it really counted, and it counted most. But these top 2 young ladies especially, I think, do a great job here. And it's between the 2 of them. They don't make very many mistakes. They're both just real fundamentally correct and sound in what they do. They always have those cattle parked and put together and in good shape. So both of them, I think, are excellent showmen. Young lady with a black heifer, she's going to win, and she does so because she got things together when it counted. Now, listen, you tried to blow it a time or two. You got that heifer way stretched out, and that's why I just turned my back and kind of walked away and said, okay, get this thing together for me, sister, and you did. You got it put together when it counted, but watch and pay attention to what's going on, and don't let that heifer get too stretched out. When you do that, she washes out in her top, and this doesn't look very good, but she got her put together when it counted. Young lady with the little Hereford heifer calf, great job there as well. And like I said before, doesn't hurt when you drag a good one in here, and man, that's a nice heifer calf that's still real fresh and all the things, and we'll judge the heifers tomorrow at some point, but she's got a nice heifer calf there, and she does a good job getting her presented at a high level. Just probably not quite as aggressive on the front end of that heifer as we see in the young lady that wins. But again, another awfully good showman that drags a pretty nice heifer calf in here. Young man in third, another good showman. Fundamentally, he's doing a lot of the right things. Gets that steer set pretty well, keeps him together. Maybe not quite as intense, maybe not quite as aggressive as the 2 young ladies. Could probably crank that steer's head just a notch higher if we want to talk about ideals and work on maybe not getting him quite as stretched on that show side back leg. But again, another solid job. Work our way down here, and the 2 young ladies coming next with the black heifer and the Hereford heifer. Both of them good showmen. Again, got over there on the rail, and the heifers just didn't want to cooperate, didn't want to get set up, and didn't want to stay set up. And so that is what got them worked to this side of the rail. Young lady with the blue roan heifer is a good showman. Real intense, real aggressive, and at times that works to her advantage, at times it works to her disadvantage. I can't tell if she's mad at me or if she's just in that intense, but it wouldn't hurt for her to crack a smile every now and again, because she's got that look in her eye like, I'm going to come whip you with this show stick. And again, I like intensity and I like aggressiveness, but sometimes doesn't hurt to crack a smile and have a little bit of a pleasant expression on your face. The 2 young ladies we conclude with, again, both good showmen. Young lady hung in there and did a good job when that heifer was really giving her fits. Appreciate her and commend her efforts out here. She had to work extra hard to keep that one in the ring. Young lady with a red Angus heifer, again, does a good job. That heifer hadn't had much ring time, you can tell, and it's just a little harder to get her shown at a high level from start to finish. Another really good set of kids. Give them a big round of applause.
We'd like to announce the results of Class 10, age 11. Heat 2, first was Lakin Preston. Second was Sophia Taylor. Third to Colton Williams. Fourth to Kristen Spicer. Fifth to Julie Troyer. Sixth to Emily Vance. Seventh to Morgan Rayleigh. And eighth to Ellie Summerfield. We are now going to announce our exhibitors who are in the ring. So I believe we're going to start with Class 8, Heat 1 is being represented by Lane Burrows. Class 8, Heat 2 is being represented by Aubrey Lambert. Heat 3 is represented by Peyton Reinhardt. Heat 1 of Class 9 12-year-olds is represented by Savannah Hutchins. Heat 2 is represented by Connor Mullenix. In Class 10, for your 11-year-old age group, that is represented by Kinsley Farrell. Heat 2 is represented by Lakin Preston. Put your hands together and congratulate all of these exhibitors. Again, at the conclusion of our champion and reserve selection, we will take a 20-minute break prior to the start of the junior show.
Well, as we conclude this championship drive and intermediate showmanship, again, give them one more big round of applause. Man, they sure deserve it. These intermediates are absolutely as strong from top to bottom as probably our senior drive was, and we had some excellent showmen in our senior drive, but these young people out here competing in this intermediate drive also just equally as good in terms of their level of experience, where they're at, and the way they get these things presented. So just want to commend them on doing an excellent job. These top three are really good showmen, and to me it shakes out pretty easily when you get to sorting the top end of this deal. You know, there's a couple of showmen out here that I think are just really always on point, intense, aggressive, know what they're doing. They've always got the cattle just put together perfectly for me, and you just never have to worry about whether or not they're going to get stuck or not. And so just my compliments to especially the Grand and Reserve in this division, because I think that they're both excellent showmen, and you could drag one for me any day of the week. Either one of you could. Young lady with this short horn plus stare, she wins it. And again, just an awesome showman. Young man in the cowboy hat with a black heifer, he's Reserve. Now, we're splitting hairs and we're talking about which one of them's better. I think the young lady just gets that steer parked a little more perfectly from time to time, but that's being awfully nitpicky. She listened to the advice that I gave her in her heat and did the things that we needed done. And again, I think it's real close between her and the young man. Young man maybe doesn't get those back feet always parked perfectly. He's darn close most of the time, but he doesn't always get those back feet parked perfectly like the young lady does with that steer. But listen to me, those two are both just super sticks. Both of them do a great job getting those cattle presented. Young lady here in third, listen, there's no shame in being third out here, young lady. And again, you're standing over here by yourself, and that heifer's not one to cooperate. Just swing on around here. She's one that I just love her style and her presence and the way she presents that heifer. She's calm, she's cool, she's collected. She just doesn't make any mistakes. But that calm, cool, collected nature, she maybe isn't quite as intense, maybe not quite as aggressive as the two young people on either side of her. But listen to me, folks, she knows how to get one shown, and she could show one for me too, because I just love the way she's so cool and so calm about everything she does in the ring, and just doesn't make any big fundamental mistakes. Young lady here with this black heifer, man, I thought she was going to win this thing. She had me at a time or two where I said she's going to get up there and she's going to win this thing. Over there on the rail, she stretched that heifer out just a little too much, just like she did in her class. She won it, but she got that heifer just a little too stretched out, washed out in her top. Didn't give us the greatest look from the side, but another really high-quality showman that does a good job. Young lady with the black heifer is a better showman than her heifer let her be out here in the championship. Yeah, you can absolutely smile about that, because I don't have any doubt you can put one together and you know how to put one together. That heifer just didn't do her part out here. She's probably tired. She's out of gas. She didn't want to ever plant those rear feet and legs and set for you over here on the rail, but she's another awesome showman. Young lady and the young man that we conclude with. Listen, guys, I know you wanted to be on this end of it, and I know you wanted to win showmanship, because we all do. But listen, you ran into a buzzsaw in terms of competition. There's some really tough showmen out here. You guys stay at it and keep working hard. You're doing all the fundamental things correctly. Just probably got to be a little quicker on the draw as far as getting them set, getting them put together, and keeping them together at all times. But again, another great set of showmen. Give those intermediates that championship drive one more big round of applause. They did a great job.
I would like to congratulate your intermediate champion showman, Peyton Reinhardt, and your reserve intermediate champion showman was Connor Mullenix. We will start our junior showmanship. Junior showmanship will start at 1:55. Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. We will start junior showmanship at 1:55. Again, junior showmanship will restart at 1:55. We're going to go ahead and get started here. Annette's going to line up Class 13, Heat 1. We're looking for Grayson Almany, Joseph Bologna, Destiny Briggs, Clara Brown, Carter Davis, Mac Hartline. Heat 1, juniors, age 10, Class 13.
Let's give our first round of 10-year-olds a big round of applause. Get them out here, and they had to wait out a little bit of a lunch break that we took, so appreciate their patience and waiting on us to get ready to go again here. And again, I appreciate the job they're doing. They come out here, they work hard, got the cattle presented at a high level, and again, just show some intensity and aggressiveness, and I appreciate that. This one shakes out pretty logically for me. Young lady with a Shorthorn Plus steer, she wins it and wins it pretty handily. She's the one that's got some ring presence. She's the one that gets that steer parked and set up and just doesn't mess with him very much. Just gets him put together at a high level at all times. I think it gets a little closer between the two young men. I give the nod to the young man with a black heifer. He's going to be second. He's just a little quicker on the draw as far as getting those feet and legs placed. Has that heifer's back legs staggered just a bit better than the young man with the Shorthorn heifer. Again, good job, maybe not quite as intense, maybe not quite as quick on the draw as the young lady with that blue roan steer, but another good showman. Young man with his Shorthorn heifer's got her put together to a T right here at the end, but again, at times he was maybe a little more tentative on the stick and the halter, didn't have that heifer's rear leg set quite as fast as the two in front of him. Another really good showman. Young lady with a black heifer, real calm demeanor about her, and I appreciate that. Does a good job with all things stick and halter. Just probably doesn't set those back feet on that heifer quite as fast as the others. Maybe has a tendency to let her get her head down just a little bit. Work to keep her head up. Also work on getting those back feet and legs presented a little bit better. Young man with a white steer, he wants to jerk on that steer's halter and just maybe be a little more aggressive than ideal in terms of trying to get that steer to cooperate. I'd just be a little easier and gentler with him on the front end, and I think another thing would just be getting that steer in line, keeping him in line, and also working on that feet and leg placement. Young man with a semi-heifer, again, has a little harder time. That heifer's not wanting to cooperate. She's not as handy on the lead. She wants to fight the halter a little bit more than ideal. He's just having a little rougher time getting her presented from start to finish. Another good set of showmen. Give those 10-year-olds another round of applause.
We'd like to congratulate the following 10-year-olds. First place was awarded to Destiny Briggs, second to Grayson Almany, third to Joseph Bologna, fourth to Clara Brown, fifth to Carter Davis, and sixth to Mac Hartline. Reading down the program, 2, 3, 1, 4, 5, 6. Into the ring at this time comes Class 13, Heat 2 for 10-year-olds, with the following exhibitors: Cadence Hoy, Sawyer McGrew, Dalton Olden, Chelsea Patrone, Maya Sadowski, and Tatum Wilson. At this time, we do need Class 14. Class 14, 9-year-olds, please start making your way to the ready ring.
Well, another really good set of these 10-year-olds. Again, let's show them our appreciation for the job they're doing out here. Again, just showing them at a high level and getting it done. These top three especially, I think, are awfully good showmen. We get them back out here and we just analyze their total body of work from start to finish. And again, I think there's two of them that sort to the top, but then there's one that just kind of commands my attention from the time they walk into the ring, even till right now, just really getting it done at a high level. And that's the young lady with the black steer right there in the middle. She's a hand. She gets it done. She keeps that head and neck extended on that steer. She keeps his feet and legs put together. She just doesn't bobble and doesn't make a mistake, and she's still got that intensity and aggressiveness at this age that I like to see. Really a good showman. Young man with a short horn appearing heifer is going to be second, and she's kind of dancing over there, but she's kind of in that rough spot up in that far corner. But let me tell you, he's cool, calm, and collected. He doesn't get rattled very much. I like his approach. He's got a real nice heifer calf here, and that helps his cause a little bit. He does a good job getting her presented. Hang on to her there. Don't let her get a little bit sideways. But he's probably not quite as aggressive as the young lady that is there in first. But again, solid in his presentation, does all those fundamental things right, and he's going to rival that young lady quite a bit as you go down the road. Those two are going to be tough competitors as you project them down the road. Same holds true for this young lady with this gray steer in third. Another one that's just really solid in her overall presentation. Again, gets that steer set up pretty well, gets those back feet placed, keeps his head and neck extended. He cooperates with her pretty well. But again, maybe not quite as aggressive as we see in those top two young people as far as just getting him put together really rapidly fast. But again, got all those fundamentals down and does a solid job. And man with a Hereford appearing heifer, another one that I think is pretty calm and cool about what he's doing out here. Probably needs to work on the feet and leg placement just a bit. Work on getting that head and neck extended on that heifer just a bit more. Two young people we conclude with, the young lady with the red Angus heifer and the young man with the black and white heifer. Again, both of them doing a lot of those things correctly with their stick and their halter. Just ran into some issues with their cattle wanting to do their end of the deal here in showmanship. Young lady's little red Angus heifer's cool and nice, but she didn't want to stay in line. The young lady had a harder time getting her presented from start to finish. Young man with a black and white heifer probably just needs a little more intensity, a little more ring awareness, and a little more practice as far as getting those feet and legs set, and he'll find himself working up a couple of spots as well. Good job, guys. Give him one more big round of applause for that last set of 10-year-olds.
Results of Class 13, Heat 2, 10-year-olds. First was awarded to Cadence Hoy, second to Sawyer McGrew, third to Chelsea Patrone, fourth to Dalton Olden, fifth to Maya Sadowski, sixth to Tatum Wilson. If you're reading down your program, 1, 2, 4, 3, 5, and 6. Into the ring at this time, we have Class 14 juniors, age 9. The following exhibitors: Garth Condon, Harley Farrell, Everly Hester, Magdalene Klein, Jacob Orndorff, Peyton Orndorff, Carmelie Pritchett, and Tegan Wilson. Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. If you have not checked in your open cattle, again, if you have not checked in your open cattle, you need to go sign in with Brenda Stromer. From here, she's halfway down on the left-hand side at Harmony Farms. Again, if you've not checked in your open cattle, you need to go do so now. Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. We have a cell phone turned in here at the announcer's table. If you're missing a cell phone, please come to the announcer's table.
Well, another really good set of these showmen, these 9-year-olds, I think are doing an excellent job. Give them a big round of applause for the work they're doing out here. Good set of showmen. 3 young ladies over here that I think are doing a nice job. Certainly some capable showmen over here on this side of the rail. Again, it comes down to who does just the best collective body of work the whole time they're out here. And there's a couple of these young ladies that I think just do a phenomenal job from start to finish. Subtle differences in the way they get the cattle put together, and that's what makes the difference. Young lady right here in the middle is going to win. She wins pretty handily for me. Really just on point at all times. Keeps that heifer's head and neck extended. Does some of those extra things that the young lady right in front of her just doesn't do. Has that heifer put together, and I think gets her front end set quite a bit better than the young lady in second. This young lady in second's an awesome showman as well. Like a lot of things that she does. And again, I like her calm, cool demeanor, really easy and steady on the front end of that heifer, and I appreciate that. Maybe just had those front feet a little out of shape 2 or 3 times when it counted. Would love for you to set those front feet maybe just a pinch square up front. Had them just a little bit offset, and it kind of threw the balance off on that heifer from the side. Young lady in third probably does the nicest job of the rest of them behind her in terms of just getting the heifer set. That heifer's not wanting to cooperate with her right now. She's, let's take it easy. Hang in there, young lady. She's missing a piece of equipment. She needs a comb probably in her pocket. But again, just in terms of getting that one set, getting her presented, keeping her head and neck extended, she does all those things, I think, quite a bit better than the few people right behind her. We got a pair of young ladies coming next. Young lady with a Hereford heifer. Kind of got jammed over here and just didn't have enough space to work. Kind of got jammed up and could never get that heifer set up. Young lady with a shorthorn appearing heifer. Again, she's running into a little difficulty there as far as not holding the halter quite like she needs to. Need to hang on to that chain versus the tail end of that lead strap, and I think that'll give you just a little more control over that heifer from start to finish. Young lady with a Hereford appearing heifer, I think, is a better showman than her heifer let her be today. That heifer just got in here and didn't want to cooperate at all. I know she's a better showman, but that heifer just didn't want to do her part today. Young man going out with a steer, he didn't want to be as cooperative. He had a little harder time showing that one up on the front end of the lineup. The young man that concludes, I'm going to tell you what, I like his brutal honesty, and Mom, wherever his mom is, he threw you under the bus. I asked him a question. He said, my mom didn't tell me you're going to ask questions. I was like, well, I've been asking them all day, buddy, so blame Mom if you want to, but it's okay. But he called you out and said, Mom didn't tell me you're going to ask me questions. I said, well, I'm sorry. But he was fun to talk to. Did a good job getting the heifer, maneuvered around the ring, probably not quite as intense, not quite as aggressive, and just didn't get those feet and legs placed as fast for me. But it was fun to talk to him and visit with him. Let's give them all a big round of applause, and we'll get the 8-year-olds in here.
We'd like to congratulate Class 14, age 9. First was awarded to Carmelie Pritchett, second to Harley Farrell, third to Tegan Wilson, fourth to Everly Hester, fifth to Magdalene Klein, sixth to Garth Condon, seventh to Peyton Orndorff, eighth to Jacob Orndorff. If you're reading down your program, 624 5, 8, 7, 1, and 3. 8-year-olds are entering the ring. We have Kaysen Davis, Kinsley Goins, Sawyer Hartline, Trace Reinhardt, and Kinley Spicer. We're looking for Kinley Spicer.
Well, let's congratulate these 8-year-olds on a great job as well. And again, I think you got to be extremely pleased that you got this many, 8-year-olds, 9-year-olds, 10-year-olds who are coming in to fill the void of the kids who will be graduating, because what we're seeing in our state, and again, it pains me to say it, but in Texas, we're losing a lot of the older feeders, and we just don't see many young ones coming behind them. And so it's good to see that you got younger kids here in 4-H and FFA who are excited about showing cattle and are getting started at a younger age. So I appreciate that, and glad to see that you've got them here, because we're starting to miss those kids at this age in our program out in Texas. We got a good set of 8-year-olds here, and I'm not going to single one of them out and pull them over here, because we've typically been doing the top 3 over there. So I'm going to just talk about them 1 through 4 as they stand. Young man in the cowboy hat's going to win this deal, and he's going to win it pretty handily. He's real cool, calm, and collected. He's always got that steer set up. You could crack a smile every now and again. There you go. Hey, maybe he can do that every now and again. That would help. It's always good to smile when you win, okay? So just crack a smile every now and then, but he's real serious. He's got his game face on, but he gets it done out here. Parks that steer into place at all times, got his head and neck extended, knows what's going on, does a great job from start to finish. Young lady in second's also a really good showman. I really like her intensity. I like her aggressiveness. Her steer's probably not quite as automatic on the stand as the young man's Red Baldy. When she gets him parked, she does a good job with him, and he, for the most part, will just get in there like he is now. But every now and again, he'll want to twist and twitch and get a little sideways. She had kept her calm till she just punched him in the face, but generally she stays real steady and easy with that steer, real patient with him, and she gets him back into place. And again, she does a good job. Good showman there. 2 young men that round out, 3rd and 4th young man with that semi-heifer is going to be 3rd. I think he's just got a little more eye contact, a little more ring awareness, a little more intensity than the young man in 4th. Knows what's going on in terms of getting that heifer presented. Compared to the top 2 of those steers, maybe just doesn't get the back feet and legs staggered as well, doesn't get her put together quite as fast, but again, another good showman. Young man with that Hereford steer does a good job. Again, I just don't see very much eye contact. He needs to pay a little more attention to what's going on over here instead of what's going on over there, and just be able to divide his attention equally between myself and the calf rather than looking off and getting instructions. That would help him quite a bit. Good set of 8-year-olds. Again, let's give them a big round of applause.
Congratulations to our 8-year-olds in Class 15. First was awarded to Kason Davis, second to Kinsley Goins, third to Sawyer Hartline, and 4th to Trace Reinhardt. We are now going to select your champion and reserve champion junior showman. From Class 13, Heat 1, we have Destiny Briggs. From Class 13, Heat 2, we have Cadence Hoy. From Class 14, age 9, we have Carmelie Pritchett. And from Class 15, age 8, we have Kason Davis. At this time, I do need all champion and reserve champion division winners back to ringside. Champion and reserve champion senior showman, please return to ringside.
Well, let's congratulate these juniors one more time. We've got 8, 9, and 10-year-olds out here, and again, I'd say they're all showing above their level of experience, and they're fighting above their weight class, because these young people are doing a great job. These 4 out here representing those respective classes, I think, are awesome showmen for this stage in their career, and again, want to commend them for the excellent job they're doing. I went through and just asked them all what I think for their age group is a relatively challenging question, and man, I had one of them just knock it out of the park. I asked them if there's one thing they could change about their animal, what would they change? And so I got a lot of different answers, as you can imagine, but there was one of them that talked to me just like she was on a livestock judging team, and she knew exactly what she was talking about, and she nailed it. She identified the problem with her steer, told me what she would change about him, and she's right on target. And to go along with the fact that she answered the question correctly, to me, from start to finish, she's done the nicest job in terms of presentation. She's gotten the most out of her animal, and again, she wins it, I think pretty handily on either end of this deal. The young lady with the blue roan steer, she's going to be your champion. The young lady with the black steer right behind her is going to be reserved. I think those two are just awesome young showmen. You young ladies have got a bright future. Congratulations to both of you. I think you're excellent showmen. Young lady with the black heifer that'll end up in third and fourth, any way you want to look at it. She's a good showman as well. Really does a good job getting that heifer put together. Young man with the red baldy steer, another one that I think's just got a really bright future. Probably right out here at the end, maybe didn't get that old steer set up quite as well. Old steer's getting tired and hot, but man, he worked hard out here. So excellent job by our juniors. One more big round of applause for them.
We would like to congratulate your champion junior showman, Destiny Briggs, and your reserve champion junior showman was Cadence Hoy. We're going to give those exhibitors just a quick minute here to get through the ring and make sure that we have our next group lined up and ready to go. We are going to be selecting your grand champion showman, and we also will pick a reserve grand. So we will have 6 head in the ring: champion senior, champion intermediate, and champion junior. And we will also have each division's reserves. Your senior champion showman was Raylan Wagner. Your intermediate champion exhibitor was Peyton Reinhardt. And your junior champion showman was Destiny Briggs. Your reserves are as follows. Your reserve senior is Kylie Medlin. Your reserve intermediate is Connor Mullenix. And your reserve junior is Cadence Hoy. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for all our showmanship participants, and especially these 6 exhibitors.
Well, as we get each one of the grands and reserves out of each one of our showmanship divisions back out here, I couldn't be more pleased with this group of showmen out here, just in terms of the way they get out here and they execute, they work hard, they're courteous, they just do a tremendous job from start to finish. So before we just go any further, give them one more big round of applause, because they certainly deserve it. Some of them been out here working hard since early this morning when they won their division earlier, and some of them have been out here in the ring for quite a while, especially these juniors who had to just finish showing and then come right back out here and get after it. And that's what showing cattle's all about. It's about, resiliency and grit and determination, and who can get it done when it really counts. And so I'd say that each one of these young people are doing that, and doing that to a T. To me, showmanship's a relatively simple art. And it sounds simple, but it's not simple. But in theory, it should sound really simple. You ought to be able to just walk the cattle into place. Shouldn't have to touch a foot with your show stick if you've worked with them enough. You ought to be able to keep their head and neck extended. If they need loining, you need to loin them. But get them into place, keep them in place, and don't do anything that detracts from the quality of the animal. And I'd say that as I look at each one of these showmen, they do all of those things to a T. And most of them go the extra mile, and they accentuate the good positive points of their animal and show them off for me at all times. So again, I couldn't be happier with them, and I commend each one of them. Like I've said over and over again, I'd let any of you show cattle for me on any given day. We've got 5 young ladies out here, and we got 1 young man. Buddy, you got to hang tough. You're the only sole representative of the male population out here, and again, you're severely outnumbered, and I get it. I am at my house all the time. I understand. I'm outnumbered by women all the time, but you hang tough, because guys can still win showmanship. I promise you they can, but it's tough, and especially tough young men against young ladies, and again, maturity differences, things like that. Gosh, there's just a lot of factors to consider. But again, I think that each one of these is just a strong representative of their specific age group, and they all do a great job. Listen, you could sit here and you could argue back and forth about who's the best showman, who's the second best showman, whole 9 yards. Again, like I've said all day long, it's about your collective body of work. And so from start to finish throughout the day, the collective body of work of these 2 showmen that'll be grand and reserve overall speak for itself. They've brought good cattle, they've shown them the right way, they've got them presented at a high level at all times, and so I just want to compliment them on a job well done, and just keep up the good work. Folks, it's been my pleasure to work through this showmanship. I realize that I maybe took a little longer than ideal, but I don't think you can say that I didn't give every kid a fair look. I talked to every kid that came in the ring, spent a little extra time with them, and I think when you're judging showmanship, that's the least that you owe these kids, is you owe them a little bit of extra time and a little extra attention to help make them successful the next time they step in the ring. So, been my pleasure to be with you today and work through the showmanship. I'll be here for the dairy steers tonight, and then the steers and heifers tomorrow, but appreciate and have had a blast today sorting through showmanship at the Maryland State Fair. Give these young people a huge round of applause, and I'll show you the 2 that I think are the best.
Your grand champion showman came from your senior division and was Raylan Wagner. And your reserve grand champion showman, also from your senior division, Miss Kylie Medlin.